There are only two things.
Flatskin! I challenge you to a duel. Flatskin! Fight me! Whoa!
Living with E? Oh, okay. Oh, God. What is going on? Anyways, back to my...
Hey, Seth here. The zone gives and the zone takes. It gives acute radiation poisoning, which forces me to chain smoke Lucky Strikes and run around in a drunken haze. And it takes my sanity, as the anomalous object strapped to my belt sends Discord notifications directly to my brain, which is preferable because each time it makes me tweak out, I have to reload. And each time I attempt my drive-in practical, I fail to correctly yield at the poltergeist and fail my examination. Why are we here? Because being paid the equivalent of $50 to dodge mutants while unjamming my shotgun seemed like a good idea. Until I got burnt, irradiated, shocked, sucked off, and soaked in the rain. My gas mask is more shard than glass, and the last artifact I found tried to eat me instead. I'm broke, tattered, and hungry, but at least I can see my next meal. Sometimes the winning move is none at all. Why work when everyone does it for you? Forget the journey. I'm just here for a paycheck. What faction even is this? I have less than I started with, and the only possession I ever had just got stolen by a telepathic hobbit. As I realize I've misclicked and accidentally eaten raw meat, I look at a photo of my boy wife one last time. But it's not all bad. Each day brings a beautiful morning, and I've saved enough money to buy a new pager. Strange. Feels a little heavy. Remember, everything you ever do online is recorded. Even if you think to delete it, it's all being saved for future opposition researchers for when you finally try to make something of your life. But between you and me, I know you would never say anything weird. However, we don't know what's considered too much by the people of tomorrow. Maybe our next generation of oligarchs made it big off a 6-7 rug pull. So now you're forced to live life in the shadows, lest your new crypto overlords find one of your myriad posts mocking them for falling for the most obvious rug pull since Hogtua.
61.
Kind of like Roko's basilisk, but if Roko was repeatedly dropped on their head as a baby. This future must not come to pass. Download ExpressVPN. Every online activity goes for your IP address, and every site is writing it down. One little number may not seem too compromising, but think about how many websites you give your personal information to. After all, you can't use Amazon without an address. All it takes is for one of these companies to sell your data, and boom, all of your personal information and post history are now easily accessible in one massive database. ExpressVPN protects you by routing all of your online traffic through a secure encrypted tunnel. Whenever I want to post something that the enlightened thinkers of the future might take issue with, I just open the app, pick a country, and connect. Now, my burner accounts are truly anonymous, and thanks to ExpressVPN, I don't have to worry about getting put in a soul gem for posting Sam Altman as a rat trapped in a bubble. Find out how you can get 4 extra months free by scanning the QR code on screen, clicking the link in the description box below, or by going to expressvpn.com/Seth. Stalker Anomaly is a standalone total conversion that merges the original free games. Stalker Gamma is more than 550 configurable mods on top of Anomaly, and the best experience I've ever had. However, missing a single step in the free hour installation botches the whole process and puts you right back to the beginning. In response, GOG developed a single-click installation that handles everything. If you own a copy of Call of Pripyat, the Enhanced Edition, or Stalker 2 on GOG, you can add Stalker Gamma to your library. I've put them on sale. If you're too late for the sale, buy a CD key. If you can't afford a CD key, steal everything and install it manually. It's performance heavy, so while you're at it, find your nearest /r/PC Master Race meetup, find out where they live, and rob them at gunpoint. I recommend formatting the SSD immediately, as it most definitely contains Lolicon. The Zone has a mind of its own, where everything works exactly as intended. Just don't Alt-Tab during a load screen or you lose audio. And make sure you finish Lab X19 in one go, because that timer doesn't reset and you can accidentally softlock yourself. And if you spent the last hour searching for a story artifact that can't be found, that's because it's been thrown out of map bounds by a grav anomaly, and your only option is spawning it yourself using the debugging console. Despite all this is still surprisingly stable. Now let's get to the meat of it. You can start as any of the major factions. Would you like to be left alone as the whole map chimps out? Become a scientist. Would you like to do crime? Join the bandits. Would you like to do organized crime? Join the government. But to experience most of the story content, you'll want to stick to something neutral. For a second playthrough, just turn on Warfare and play whatever. Unless it's Renegade, which is a documented form of self-harm. The Zone exist of a present day, of 2018. The Brain Scorcher has been reactivated, and anyone getting too close is subjected to Blah D music. Those who listen become mindless husks. Those who understand the lyrics join the ever-surging ranks of Monolith. The UN and NATO have cracked down on arms trafficking. A gun is worth as much as the rust that's on it. Nothing new is coming in, and everything already here is scrap metal, the original free game. Hey, people, Seth here. The zone gives, and the zone takes. It gives acute radiation poisoning, which forces me to chain smoke Lucky Strikes and run around in a drunken haze. And it takes my sanity, as the anomalous object strapped to my belt sends Discord notifications directly to my brain, which is preferable because each time it makes me tweak out, I have to reload. And each time I attempt my driving practical, I fail to correctly yield at the poltergeist and fail my examination. Why are we here? Because being paid the equivalent of $50 to dodge mutants while unjamming my shotgun seemed like a good idea. Until I got burnt, irradiated, shocked, sucked off, and soaked in the rain. My gas mask is more shard than glass, and the last artifact I found tried to eat me instead. I'm broke, tattered, and hungry, but at least I can see my next meal. Sometimes the winning move is none at all. Why work when everyone does it for you? Forget the journey. I'm just here for a paycheck. What faction even is this? I have less than I started with, and the only possession I ever had just got stolen by a telepathic hobbit. As I realize I've misclicked and accidentally eaten raw meat, I look at a photo of my boy wife one last time. But it's not all bad. Each day brings a beautiful morning, and I've saved enough money to buy a new pager. Strange. Feels a little heavy. Remember, everything you ever do online is recorded. Even if you think to delete it, it's all being saved for future opposition researchers for when you finally try to make something of your life. But between you and me, I know you would never say anything weird. However, we don't know what's considered too much by the people of tomorrow. Maybe our next generation of oligarchs made it big off a 6-7 rug pull. So now you're forced to live life in the shadows, lest your new crypto overlords find one of your myriad posts mocking them for falling for the most obvious rug pull since Hogtua. 61. Kind of like Roko's Basilisk, but if Roko was repeatedly dropped on their head as a baby. This future must not come to pass. Download ExpressVPN. Every online activity goes for your IP address, and every site is writing it down. One little number may not seem too compromising, but think about how many websites you give your personal information to. After all, you can't use Amazon without an address. All it takes is for one of these companies to sell your data, and boom, all of your personal information and post history are now easily accessible in one massive database. ExpressVPN protects you by routing all of your online traffic through a secure encrypted tunnel. Whenever I want to post something that the enlightened thinkers of the future might take issue with, I just open the app, pick a country, and connect. Now my burner accounts are truly anonymous, and thanks to ExpressVPN, I don't have to worry about getting put in a soul gem for posting Sam Altman as a rat trapped in a bubble. Find out how you can get 4 extra months free by scanning the QR code on screen, clicking the link in the description box below, or by going to expressvpn.com/Seth. Stalker Anomaly is a standalone total conversion that merges the original free games. Stalker Gamma is more than 550 configurable mods on top of Anomaly, and the best experience I've ever had. However, missing a single step in the free hour installation botches the whole process and puts you right back to the beginning. In response, GOG developed a single-click installation that handles everything. If you own a copy of Call of Pripyat, the Enhanced Edition, or Stalker 2 on GOG, you can add Stalker Gamma to your library. I've put them on sale. If you're too late for the sale, buy a CD key. If you can't afford a CD key, steal everything and install it manually. It's performance heavy, so while you're at it, find your nearest /r/PC Master Race meetup, find out where they live, and rob them at gunpoint. I recommend formatting the SSD immediately, as it most definitely contains Lolicon. The Zone has a mind of its own, where everything works exactly as intended. Just don't Alt-Tab during a load screen or you lose audio. And make sure you finish LabX 19 in one go, because that timer doesn't reset and you can accidentally softlock yourself. And if you spent the last hour searching for a story artifact that can't be found, that's because it's been thrown out of map bounds by a graph anomaly, and your only option is spawning it yourself using the debugging console. Despite all this is still surprisingly stable. Now let's get to the meat of it. You can start as any of the major factions. Would you like to be left alone as the whole map chimps out? Become a scientist. Would you like to do crime? Join the bandits. Would you like to do organized crime? Join the government. But to experience most of the story content, you'll want to stick to something neutral. For a second playthrough, just turn on Warfare and play whatever. Unless it's Renegade, which is a documented form of self-harm. The Zone exists to the present day of 2018. The Brain Scorcher has been reactivated, and anyone getting too close is subjected to Blah D music. Those who listen become mindless husks. Those who understand the lyrics join the ever-surging ranks of Monolith. The UN and NATO have cracked down on arms trafficking. A gun is worth as much as the rust that's on it. Nothing new is coming in, and everything already here is scrap metal. Welcome to Gamma's progression system. It's actually very simple when you get down to it. None of your actions have any monetary value unless someone's paying. Luckily, there's a dynamic mission system, which ties into a sophisticated sandbox simulation that results in complete chaos. Take a request to clear out mutants. Complete it automatically because the AI did it for you. Take a delivery. Fail because your client took a shotgun to the face. Click every job on the task board without looking and get very surprised as you hear the approaching rotors of the Ukrainian military. Situations arise and coincidence stacks together to create interactions that are more ridiculous and bizarre than any scripted event. This is not an exaggeration. Anything can happen, and nothing is static. Anomalies move, radiation patches migrate, and factions go to war with one another all in the course of a day. Act like a scumbag, and you'll end up in a body bag, as even your own faction would sooner kill a traitor than an enemy. Build a trustworthy reputation, and traitors will offer better supplies and ammunition. And for the rest, you're on your own. Perform enough work, and your clients will ping the location of a rare stash. These contain a random set of tools. When everything is garbage, your only option is to fix it. Guns are a series of parts that can be field stripped, cleaned, and swapped out, unless they're completely trashed, in which case you need a full replacement. Lack of maintenance results in mechanical failure, while dirty, warped, or broken barrels turn bullets into glorified confetti. Equipment works a little differently. The condition and stats is the average durability of each component. Past a certain threshold, you can't repair directly, and the only way to restore them is by replacing the individual parts. But everything I've described requires the appropriate repair kit for that category or complexity of gear, which can only be made with the appropriate set of tools. This is how Gamma incentivizes the player to go north. To progress, we have to push deeper towards the heart of the zone, which is why I didn't get expert tools until 100 hours in, because I spent all my time building an incel bunker in the middle of Rostock. Virtually every challenge I've ever faced is an opportunity to engineer a solution. For example, I have a natural propensity for hoarding, which is why I craft and equip the highest possible carry capacity and still get overloaded. But with the help of my trusty chemistry set, I can take a bump of cocaine off my knife and sprint at 200 beats per minute for the next few hours. This works up an appetite, so I hotkey a bag of peanuts for consumption on the go. This is truly the most immersive experience. I tune up a G36, only to realize that every trader willing to sell to me is from a Warsaw Pact, so they don't carry 556 NATO. Not a problem. As long as I have the appropriate casing, propellant, and projectile, I can hand load it myself. But bullets are expensive, so I disguise myself as a hoodlum, build a 3x3 box fort to encase my body, and as one of them passes by, I deconstruct it and stab them in the face. In Gamma, you die quickly, and you die a lot. A single dog bite is a third of your health bar. If you don't have a bandage or anticoagulants, it'll quickly drop to 0. The camp isn't far, but your leg is completely raw, and running will only cause more fractures. So your best option is to reflect on your mistakes. Limbs take damage based on the location of the impact, with a multitude of fun and engaging disabilities. Treatment is a two-step process. We administer first aid to temporarily stop the symptoms, and to make the results permanent, we inject fentanyl. The success or failure of my expedition is decided entirely by the raw quantity of fent needles inside my inventory. But sometimes, you can't outsmart the zone. If the sirens start blaring and comms suddenly go down, hide. Emissions and psi storms are the zone's reminder. We don't belong here. However, right after a blowout is the best time to hunt for artifacts, as anomaly fields soak the energy and result in their formation. Artifacts in Stalker are a bunch of passive stats. Artifacts in Gamma let you kick pseudo-giants to death and turn the game into Dark Messiah. Reverse the vector of approaching projectiles. Solo the entire late game with a fire axe. Reward your accuracy by accelerating each bullet faster than the last, until you accidentally miss, in which case your head explodes. Or sign a pact with a zone, which is completely irreversible, forcing you to feed it until there's nothing left to give, except yourself. But I wouldn't worry about that, because it's time for another sacrifice. Remember, the clock is ticking. Artifacts are now amazing possibilities that end in death or glory. The same is true of anomalies. The base game could be described as a cluster of fart clouds, causing the infliction of incredible gassy, and your subsequent demise. Compare this to a single anomaly in Gamma, which I can use to escape pursuing enemies, by temporarily pausing my existence, and causing a time dilation several hours into the future. And unlike the sequel, mutants actually have value. Oh, succulent cooked dog! Delicious! Washed down with mineral spring, watered with blood of dragon, and herbal remedy infused with urine of incel virgin boy. That is, until you figure out all your needs can be met by copious amounts of Monster Energy Zero Ultra. And from there, you'll never have to sleep again. Look, I'm not going to explain why a Fracture's body contains marijuana. If you're going to take issue with a realism, explain female stalkers. Strugatsky stated clearly in the lore, there's no women in the zone, because their menstrual cycles would sync up and wreak havoc in the sewer system. You can tell Gamma's priorities by the fact that there's an entire keyboard dedicated to switching between the side rail and the iron sights, configuring your red dot, turning on the infrared camera, switching the fire select, clearing a jam, relaxing your stance to show non-aggression, putting on your gen-free night vision, configuring its sensitivity, and rotating your neck without moving. This is tactical gun autism, because there's more than 100 fully accurate reproductions from World War II to the modern era, to which you can attach real-world scopes, suppressors, and underbarrel launchers. And it doesn't stop there, because I didn't include tactical conversions that fundamentally modify the entire frame. This is the whole point of Gamma, paying 200,000 rubles for a smuggled Raytheon thermal scope, so I can 10x zoom on a toilet in pitch darkness and appreciate the individual skid marks left behind. At night, the humble duende comes out to forage. As they are small and unbaptized, a single bullet sends him straight to hell, where he belongs. I've played with the default configurations, and I was just fine. Granted, I ran out of matches at the start and I couldn't save. But if you can't stay alive for even 3 minutes since your last quick save, maybe you shouldn't be here. PC gamers be like, quick save, quick load, when dad starts beating mom. Maybe this time she can survive the encounter, as she dodge rolls his belt pattern. But unlike Mother, we don't have to play victim. If you wanted to quick save normally, just open Mod Organizer and untick the plugin. If you want to tweak any of the individual settings, you can change many of them in the mod configuration menu. After all, it's your experience, and there's no one to criticize you. I know this too well. Over 10 years ago, I was playing a roguelike on a train, and of all the worst things to happen, a Polish man caught me save scumming by deleting the folder and restoring a backup, and he simply shook his head in disappointment. This caused untold generational trauma, for which I am still seeking reparations. I've come a long way from stale bread and canned tomatoes. Now I roll with my squad as they glitch out and fail to correctly execute a bandit. Andre, take 5 and watch me hit this dart. We can use your Save-A helmet as a bong to recirculate the THC. In summary, I love Gamma and I thoroughly recommend it. I no longer care for my responsibilities. It's consumed my life, and all I want to do is hunt artifacts for below minimum wage. As always, more content to come, so stay tuned. A warm thanks to the many members of Merchants Guild generously funding and bankrolling these videos. Merry Christmas.
Удачной охоты, сталкер.
Hey people. Seth here. I did my part. We all did our part. But it wasn't enough. It's been 3 years since we killed God, and we're still no closer to reclaiming our
On the tropical island of Karamja, a smoldering volcano looms, its fiery heart guarding a trial that has tested countless warriors. Many enter with hope, with resolve, but few emerge victorious. Yet today, our brave adventurer knew nothing of the struggles that lay ahead. With a heart full of excitement and the thrill of discovery driving him forward, he descended into the volcano, unaware that he was walking towards his next legend. And at his side, his trusted shield, a relic of past battles. The last time he had ventured into the depths of a volcano, it had saved his life. As the hero pressed on, he soon found himself wandering through a vast, ancient city. Then he saw it, a cavernous entrance, but unlike the dark depths that he had expected, its glow felt unnatural against the dim volcanic chamber. Intuition told him to turn back and prepare, but curiosity whispered otherwise, and so without hesitation, he stepped inside. What he had stumbled upon was no mere cavern. It was an arena, a trial by fire where wave after wave of ruthless creatures tested his strength. He may have been defeated, but our hero knew he could conquer this. No matter what awaited him within, he would overcome it, just as he always had. He made his way to a nearby bank chest, exchanging his gear with something better suited for the battles ahead. Now that he felt fully prepared, he wasted no time. Without hesitation, he stepped forward once more, back into the fire. Our hero celebrated too soon. For a brief moment, he believed he had conquered the caves, but the trial was far from over. But his current approach would not see him through to the end. He had to adapt. The creatures within were too many and too massive to face head-on. Even clad in rune, he was not invincible. So if brute force alone wouldn't carry him to victory, then he would need another path, one he was sure he could master. Ranged combat. It was unfamiliar to him, but he had never been one to shy away from a challenge. And so he trained, shot after shot, loosing arrows until the motion felt effortless, until each release carried enough power to defeat the enemies within the cave. And just like our hero, sometimes you need to prepare and level up your own skills. And thanks to today's sponsor, Southern New Hampshire University, you can do just that. SNHU offers flexible and affordable online degrees, including game programming and development, a degree very similar to the one I pursued in college. Back then, I was coding my own games, which sparked my interest in 3D modeling and animation, ultimately leading to the videos I create for you today. With courses taught by faculty who have real-world experience, SNHU gives you the opportunity to connect with industry professionals, helping you gain insights that can take your skills to the next level. And when you finish your degree, SNHU doesn't just leave you on your own. They offer career services to help you prepare for the job market and even assist with your job search. You might also qualify for financial aid, and if you have previous college credits, you could fast-track your degree to reach your goals even sooner. So if you're ready to level up your skills and prepare for your new career, visit snhu.edu/RosieRS to learn how you can get started with a game programming and development degree today. A big thanks to SNHU for sponsoring today's video. Now let's get back to our hero's journey. At last he was ready, and he was itching to test his new skills against the cave. Frustration gnawed at him as defeat came once again. This time, the reason was clear. Though his strength had grown and his skills with the bow had sharpened, our hero had neglected a crucial aspect: his gear and supplies. He couldn't afford to make that mistake again. This time he would leave no stone unturned. Along his travels, the hero had stumbled upon a clue scroll, one he had dismissed at the time. Rumor had it that it could lead to treasures for ranged combat. Back then, with his focus elsewhere, he thought little of it. But now he would follow the map and see if it held the key to his success. And as fate would have it, the map led him back to the island of Crandor, a place once filled with fear and determination now felt strangely quiet. At the marked spot, he began to dig, and what he unearthed was exactly what he needed: a cache of powerful new gear ready to enhance his fight. Yet there was another truth that had become painfully clear during his previous attempts. To defeat the caves, he would need his protection prayers for the entire duration of the fight. So he set to work. Farming renars and brewing prayer potions, he prepared himself for the long battle ahead. This time he felt ready. He had done everything he could, and the cave stood before him. It was time to prove once and for all that he was more than just an adventurer. He was a hero of Gielinor. After 63 grueling waves, his strength had all but faded, and his supplies depleted. He had made it this far, but there was no preparation that could have fully braced him for that creature. Switching prayers mid-fight? It was unthinkable. How could he focus on his survival while also trying to anticipate and react to each of Jad's lethal attacks? The concentration required to maintain his prayer alone had been enough of a challenge. Now facing an opponent like that, it was too much. What a monster. Maybe he wasn't the hero that he thought he was.
Well, looking every bit this season marksman now. You even got yourself some fancy new boots. But tell me, what's the hero of Grandor doing sulking in a tavern? That's a sight I never expected to see.
Hero? Not tonight. Tonight, he was just another fool who had mistaken confidence for strength.
Ah, so that's how it is. What was it then? A demon? A vampire? Another dragon?
Our adventurer recounts his trial of endurance and skill, that he had believed he'd trained enough, learned enough about the enemies to finally conquer, but when the moment came, it wasn't enough. He didn't have what it takes.
A humbling defeat. Those are the worst kinds. They make you question everything. Your strength, your worth, even the journey itself. But when you first faced Elvarg, did you feel ready then?
No, he hadn't felt ready then. He was terrified. He thought he was marching to his demise.
And yet, you slew the beast. Not because you were the strongest, but because you refused to let fear write your story. That was never about strength. It was about resolve.
But this was different, wasn't it? The fight caves, Jad, it was unlike anything he'd ever faced. No matter how much he trained and adapted, it never seemed to be enough.
You know, when I first met you, I didn't believe Elvarg could be slain. I thought the task was impossible. But you saw the impossible and did it anyway. That's what makes you different. Not your sword, not your armor, you. A real champion isn't the one who never falls, it's the one who stands up every time they do. So tell me, are you really finished? Or is there still fight left in you?
The adventurer sat in silence. The weight of those words settled upon him, not as a burden, but as a challenge.
Just remember, when the fire's at your heels, don't rush to meet it. Steady yourself and breathe, then move.
The hero returned to the cave's entrance, his bow still waiting for him where he had left it. And for a moment, doubt crept in. Was he truly ready? Determined to finish what he had started, the hero ventures into the cave one last time.
Just remember, when the fire's at your heels, don't rush to meet it. Steady yourself and breathe, then move.
For Leonardo DiCaprio. Hello adventurers, and welcome to the world of RuneScape. Old school RuneScape, more specifically, is a land beloved by millions of people that has become a worldwide cultural phenomena. This magical land known as Gelinor, where the game takes place, contains hidden knowledge behind every corner that many of the longtime adventurers in this world have never noticed. Today, we're going to be covering our first installment in RuneScape Facts You Didn't Know. Today, we're going to start off our video with an assumption that there is a human being watching this right now. Well, did you know in the old school RuneScape universe, we are technically aliens from a planet known as Terragard? Not much is known of this mysterious homeworld other than it's also the homeworld and birthplace of the mighty blue god Saradomin. RuneScape 3 has developed the lore a lot further and says it is a world of technology and dark magic. The first humans, though, set foot on our world after coming through the World Gate and began to create the first human settlements like the Fremennik and the Proto-Ardoin region surrounding the World Gate. Wait, is that how you say it? Ardoin? Ardugni? Ardouglas Meworth? There are many notable human kingdoms in RuneScape, such as the Kingdom of Misthalin, with the capital being Varrock, ran by King Rold III. You also have the Kingdom of Asgarnia, with the capital being Falador, ran by King Valance. And even across the entire world, you have the Kingdom of Varlamore, ran by Queen Zayani Arkin. Humans have certainly made their mark on RuneScape, so you should make your mark on this video and hit that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell for more notifications. In the lands to the far west, there is a continent known as Zeah. It consists of smaller kingdoms who all swear fealty to the great kingdom of Korund. First off, Zeah was a massive new update considering it was old school RuneScape's first new continent. Everyone was excited, and what was originally planned is a lot different to what we ended up getting. One of the smaller houses of Zeah, known as Lovakinj, was a land of lava and dwarves, and originally was conceptualized to house RuneScape's hardest PVM challenge, the Inferno. You might know of the Inferno as it is, but what it was originally intended to be was completely different, and honestly sounds like a disaster. The final boss of the Inferno, Tizkal Zuk, is in both RuneScape 3 and old school RuneScape as the high bar to aim for in order to be considered a top tier PVMer. If this update would have went as planned, it could have robbed us of the epic adventure we see today. I think we can all agree that no matter which RuneScape you play, Zuk is pretty cool in both versions. I know this might sound like a joke, but RuneScape is a religious game. And no, I'm not just making excuses so I can play RuneScape on the church computer. Every story, every action, and every blade of grass in the RuneScape universe was carefully crafted by some sort of god. Even the very world we reside on is called Gelinor, which is an anagram for religion. The gods of RuneScape have created many wonderful things, but they've also caused immense pain and devastation. Did you know that the wilderness was created when Zamorak went to claim the Stone of Jas and decided to explode Forinthry, which is what the wilderness used to be called, because he's kind of a dick, being the god of chaos and all. Because of this incredibly violent act, an even more powerful god named Guthix woke up and cast out all the gods who were fighting over the Elder artifacts. That is why, to this day, we see no gods on the surface of Gelinor. In the beautiful sunlight kingdom of Varlamore, there are many mysteries to uncover. In the expansive savanna south of the capital, a war was once fought between entities more powerful than we can comprehend. The remains of a great serpentine combatant decorates the savanna, now serving as a landmark. But where the hell did that come from? The colossal worm is an ancient weapon of war, feared by many different races, throughout Gielinor. It was created by an ancient and powerful dragonkin named Carullum. His laboratory can be found today at Mount Carullum, where you can fight some of his draconic experiments, including drakes, worms, and even the legendary alchemical Hydra. During the God Wars, the colossal worms were hunted to extinction due to their role in many battles. They had a ferocious nature, and this caused ancient people to fear them, and I assume the ancient inhabitants of Varlamore hunted this colossal worm because of the fact they didn't want it wrecking the vibe of the neighborhood and going on a rampage one day. I mean, would you want Godzilla to be your roommate? This is definitely a hot take, but one of the funnest things in RuneScape is questing, and they used to be made by an evil genius. Have you ever been doing Shiloh Village on a fresh account and find yourself frustrated at how many times you fail the bridge to Karn Isle? Or have you enjoyed a musty swim in the Mauritania Piss River because you failed the Nature Grotto jump? Well, you can thank former Jagex lead developer Mod Titan for these bangers, but his finest work is during the iconic Legends quest. This quest has the highest number of these quirky skill checks at around 11 different total ones. These were far more common in Mod Titan's early quests like Taurus Trap, Zoger Flesh Eaters, and of course, the world famous One Small Favor quest. Mod Titan worked at Jagex until November of 2010, developing some less frustrating quests that are beloved to this day, like While Gothic Sleeps. Ultimately, this developer will be immortalized in our suffering for as long as RuneScape exists, and we hope wherever Mod Titan is today, he doesn't stub his toe this morning. The Corporeal Beast is an awe-inspiring leviathan of nightmares that drops some very attractive shields that only the tallest and handsomest adventurers can obtain. But in the context of old school RuneScape, this creature makes no sense at all. The Corp Beast was released in September of 2008 as RuneScape's new highest level boss. It was available to fight after the completion of Summer's End, which was the entire context of the beast existing, as it was about a ghost child who was essentially being haunted by the dark core inside of the corporeal beast. When old school RuneScape was released, it was not in the game since it had come out in 2008 instead of the 2007 cutoff for old school, but the community voted in the corporeal beast with the spirit shields, minus the divine spirit shield for some reason. The weird part about this entire thing is, since the summoning skill wasn't in the game and it was a requirement for the storyline that introduced the corporeal beast on RuneScape 3, old school's version would be without a storyline, just a meaningless, time-wasting jerk with no backstory and a heart full of hatred for adventurers. The next two facts I have for you today come from the humble but beautiful village of Draenor. Draenor Village is where many of our first adventures began. Whether we saved Ernest from the mad scientist who turned him into a chicken, or whether we took on the powerful vampire Count Draenor, this place has always been special. But what makes it even more special is it's haunted. And I don't just mean the silly skeletons and ghosts inside of the Draenor Manor. The gallows outside hold a spectral surprise. When logging in and out of certain worlds, you can actually see a ghost appear for a brief moment up on the gallows behind Draenor Manor. I urge you to test this out yourself because I was pretty surprised when I first found this. Who could this spirit possibly be? And did they deserve their fate? Let me know down in the comments section if you know who this is or have any theories about how they got here. I thought this was really interesting, and I'm curious if there are more of these around the game. A trip to Draenor Village wouldn't be complete without grabbing a brew from one of our many witches. I'm quite fond of Aggie, but unfortunately, if you get a little mouthy with her, she will literally rob you. Aggie has the ability to pickpocket you if you say rude things to her. She'll take your gold, and if you don't have any gold on you, a pot of flour will do. I wish that Jagex would put more interactions in the game like this because it's hilarious and potentially inconvenient for an NPC to take an item out of your inventory. And everybody knows the magic of RuneScape is being both hilarious and inconvenient. Deep beneath the feet of the people of Corund, a massive network of chasms connect each of the great houses, and at the center of these catacombs lies a horror from another world. The great black demon Skotizo, a beast that holds power unlike any we have ever seen. Skotizo was once a high-ranking member of the god Zamorak's military, having shed blood for his lord at the Battle of Karalanger. Zamorak trusted him enough to send him on an expedition to Karamja. While on this campaign, Skotizo would recover an artifact that would change the course of history. He betrayed his fellow expedition, leaving many dead. He then fled to the west to escape the grasp of his master, or any of his demon brethren that would seek his newly acquired artifact. Consumed by the dark energy of this artifact, he hid away in the catacombs of Corund, fortifying his position and lurking in wait. All while his sister, known as Zalcano, had a curse placed upon her. She would slowly turn into stone unless her brother had been captured and brought to Zamorak. All demons are from a planet known as Infernus, and they're all naturally quite powerful due to the conditions of this planet being quite harsh, and only the strong survive. Skotizo's power, though, was changed once he took possession of the Dark Altar. It has seemingly given him the powers of the Shadow Realm. In the lore book Koretz Memoirs, it gives some insight onto the nature of the catacombs, saying that I know of the powerful magic that keeps them bound below, meaning the monsters here. It also says the entrance may be below the earth, but that realm lies beyond the reach of us mere mortals, and then ends with other powers are at work, powers far beyond the likes of us. We know of several other places in the game where you can access the Shadow Realm, and it always heavily features the undead or Slayer monsters in Blackstone. If you take a look at the little demons Skotizo summons, they are very similar to the demons you encounter in the Shadow Realm in Lasar. I also think this is why the ancient dragonkin Karulum is said to have noted Skotizo's arrival in Corund. Why would an ancient powerful dragonkin care about some ordinary demon showing up? Let me know down in the comments section if you would like to hear more about this theory on Skotizo and Blackstone. However, what we do know is that Skotizo is no longer an ordinary demon and commands a power from another reality. This here is my Iron Man, and I'm about to teach you something that's going to blow your mind. Have you ever been in the heat of battle and you just needed to slice a banana? Did you know that you can take an Armadyl Godsword hilt and you can slice bananas with it? I have absolutely no idea why they coded it this way, but now that's something you know, right? You may have never noticed, but if you play in the classic layout, there's actually two dragons encircling your minimap, and they are named Atlas and Meridian. Both of their names come from geography terms. A meridian is a line that runs from the North Pole to the South Pole. It's basically the opposite of the equator, splitting the Earth in half vertically instead of horizontally. And an atlas is just a book with a bunch of maps in it. Desert Treasure 2 is by far my favorite quest in all of RuneScape, and in this quest you fight some really cool bosses, and I want to talk about one in particular, Vardorvis. He's like something out of Resident Evil, but did you know before he wound up like this, he was actually a vampire and the Grand Executioner for the Dark God Zeros himself? So how the hell did he end up with his head chopped off and infested by some T-virus parasite? After the betrayal of Zeros by the god Zamorak, Vardorvis found himself tasked with defending the Zerosian city of Lasar. It was under assault by Enkamdo dwarves led by Yonrith Lovakinj.
Take the next step in treating your moderate to severe ulcerative colitis.
Can I smoke?
Oh, you can't smoke anywhere on Site 200.
I've asked you that before, haven't I?
Twice. In the last 15 minutes.
Marion, you can come through now.
So what's this about? All I got was a meeting invitation. No agenda or anything. I mean, I know if I says jump, you jump, but...
Who are you?
God. Here we go again.
However, first day, Alistair Gray, with an E.
Paul, are you the site director?
You seem a little on edge, young man.
That, figures. You show up on my first day and they drop an atom bomb on me. Turns out my whole life I have been protected from dangerous knowledge, from the truth about what is really out there. Like the entire outside world is a childcare center. What they showed me in there, how could any of that be real? The supernatural, it is meant to be fiction, and you didn't answer my question.
You didn't answer mine.
Yeah, I did. I'm Paul. I'm from...
You used to speak 4 languages. 1 now, and soon 0. You loved anthropology, but there's too much world for one human race to ever understand. There's too much human race. We should bear it down.
Excuse me, just for a moment. Hey, there's an intruder. I think it might be a, what do you call it, an SCP. Hey, Doc, hello, intruder. SCP, secure, contain, and protect the bad thing? You know, there's one right over there. Doc, come on. Hey, people, hey, look at me.
Look at me!
Hey! Hey, guys, come on! No. No, 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 no.
Marion Wheeler, 49, loving husband, 2 boys, full foundation credentials, which we never issued, including access to installations and rooms, which don't exist, at least not yet. That's before we get to your access control lists, which I can only term as gracious.
She's a spy. Let's get this over with.
You dullard. I'm your chief of anti-memetics.
We don't have an anti-memetics division.
We have a memetics division, a telecontainment division, Ops A, Ops B, personnel, D personnel, 24 others. But we don't have an anti-medic division.
Do we have an irony division? No? All right. We'll try this. Why do you think the anti-memetics division would show up in the listing? It's a division of the forgotten. There are SCPs that get into your mind and infect other minds. Contagious concepts that require containment like any physical threat. Secure, contain, protect.
Right.
Then, there are the other ones. Entities and phenomena that harvest and consume information, particularly about themselves. Ideas that consume other ideas, that eat segments of reality, even people. Do you get it yet?
There aren't any dangerous SCPs on this site, so either you're not dangerous, or nobody knows you exist. You're either brand new or...
You seem on edge.
What's an anti-meme?
Hell of a first day.
Search anti-memetic tags. Here, SCP-4739. If you're reading this, you've already been isolated from the Foundation at large. Attempts to signal for help futile. You are now inside 4739's gullet. You need to get to Lab S41. Continue the research until you find a way to stop or kill Gray before he kills you.
You seem on edge, young man.
SCP-4739 is a powerful, slow-acting, anti-memetic kill agent. It isolates its victim from the outside world by making it impossible to be perceived or remembered. The SCP log that you are currently listening to is created and maintained by victims of SCP-4739 because it is only audible to victims of SCP-4739. Familiarize yourself with the existing research and continue until you find a way to contain or decommission the SCP, or more likely, die. SCP-4739 has consumed 79 researchers so far.
Hell of a first day.
Add yourself to the next log.
Based on the research, nothing works. People have tried to engage with him physically and kill him using weapons. It doesn't work. They've tried feeding him memories to overload him. It doesn't work. They've tried sacrificing other people to save themselves. It doesn't work. So that's it. I'm fucked.
How do you retain this knowledge if the information is constantly eating itself?
These are Class W nestics, the weakest type, suitable for continual use. 1 pill per day.
Why don't we have those?
You do. You forgot to take a pill, and then you forgot all the information that the pills were helping you to retain. You forgot about me and my entire department.
How many other anti-memes are there?
10 that I know of. Probably at least 5 more. 2 in this room at this very moment. Don't bother looking. It's pointless. There's one right here. It's like a demanding pet that eats my memories instead of food. But I've learned to control it.
Where's the other one?
You can't skip a dose of Nestic. You can't forget to take a pill unless someone prevents you actively from taking it. As ever, the search for stalemate continues. I'll let you know if we get any closer.
A solid block of information. A solid block of information. It's gotta be something to use.
Hell of a first day.
A solid block of information.
An info weapon.
Hell of a first day. You seem on edge, young man.
It's been a hell of a first day.
It was chewing its way up the anti-mimetics division hierarchy. Congratulations on demonstrating a basic level of competency where dozens of others couldn't.
I want to say it was dumb luck. I want to say I threw my phone and realized information hurt him. It was my first day and I got lucky as hell. I want to say those things, but none of them would be true, would they? This isn't my first day. I've probably been working here for what, 10 years?
Instinct and muscle memory are just deep forms of training. The ability to piece your life back together and all your past knowledge, that's what we drill into you.
This isn't the first time you've seen me put myself back together, is it?
And it ain't gotten old yet.
So what now?
I need you to update everything you know about Gray and his predatory patterns. I need countermeasures for when it comes back.
So it's not dead. Wait, I know this one. Ideas don't die.
Al, do you remember me? Al, you can wake up now.
Maria.
When you retired from the Foundation, we made you forget. It's what we all signed up for. But you agreed to something else as well. You signed your last hours to us because of a particular job. Do you remember who you are?
Dr. Lynn Patrick Manners, former director and founder of the Foundation's Anti-Mimetic Division.
We need some memories from you, which are buried so deeply that we can only extract them by killing you. So this afternoon, we'll extract those memories. And once we're done, you'll be dead. What happened in 1976?
I brainstormed the idea of the Anti-Mimetics Division in less than a week. But it was all too fast. It was too easy. It was as if I knew it all already and was just catching up. And then one day, I realized I could not remember my life before Anti-Mimetics. So I looked up my file, and I found a hole like a jigsaw, with only the edges and corners. So I did the only thing I could do. I looked at the shape of the hole. This is not the first Anti-Mimetics Division. Before 1976, there was another one. But something happened to them.
This much we know already. The question is known. It's the answer we've been looking for all these years, that we're killing you for.
One last walk. The first Anti-Mimetics Division was a US Army project. It ran parallel with the Manhattan Project during World War II. We built our equivalent of the hydrogen bomb, an anti-mimetic bomb, a memory eraser. We test detonated and got looped. We forgot that we had ever built the bomb at all and started over. We built another one.
Is that what happened in 76? Did you set off the second anti-mimetic bomb? Why?
It was eating my division alive. It came at us so hard and so fast. Then the only way we could stop it was to self-destruct.
What was it?
There is an SCP your division has never seen, which my division could not contain. The escapee. This is what you wanted, isn't it, Marion?
Yes. This is the data we need.
If you know it exists, it knows you exist. The more you know about it, the more it knows about you. If you can see it, it can see you. And you can see it. You've been looking right at it all afternoon.
Where is it? Is it in you?
Destroying all knowledge of it was the only way to destroy it. And you, restoring my memories, was a foolproof way to bring it back.
Oh, you need to tell me what this thing is.
That's the opposite of what we need to do. You need to set another bomb off.
We don't have that bomb. We lost that technology.
You always had it. There's an engineering lab inside 41. You know it. An underground complex in pristine conditions and totally disused. Why? Think about it. That's where your bomb is installed.
If I set the bomb off, we're back to square one. How do we contain this thing?
You can. Don't you get it? The whole division is, look, we started division, we ran headlong into this thing, and either it eat us, or we wipe ourselves out in self-preservation.
What is it? Where did it come from? What does it want?
Why? Why did you make me remember?
MTF found you barely alive. What were you looking for? What were you doing there? Who were you with? Did you at least find what you were looking for?
I can't quite remember.
You're kidding me. No, come on. That's the whole entry.
That's the whole entry.
Every 42 days, a senior Animamedics Division staff member must visit SCP-3125. Under no circumstances may any coherent information be allowed to leave the containment unit. Oh, so your memory gets flushed with amnestic gas before coming out. Great, that's fantastic. And that's it. There's no mention of who created the unit, or when, or how many times it's been visited, or who it was that conducted those visits, what they took in there, or how long they were in there either.
Well, it's at least 7 years old. That's 60 visits or more. I guess there are good reasons for those omissions. Anyway, the timer watchdog says it's time again.
Please let me get you a service weapon.
Access authorized. Marion Wheeler.
This is my handwriting.
Where do I start?
Marion, it's me. You've guessed already that SCP-3125 is not in this room. In fact, this is the only room in the world where SCP-3125 is not present. It's called inverted containment. SCP-3125 pervades all of reality. This is it. This is our only safe harbor. SCP-3125 manifests all over the world in thousands of different forms. Some of them we already have cataloged. It's raw data. But when you link some of the data points, you start to see a pattern emerging. And when that happens, when you make eye contact, it kills you.
Shit.
It kills you and anybody who thinks like you. SCP-3125 will destroy the world, and we won't even remember it. How do you fight an enemy without ever discovering it exists?
How do you win when you don't even realize you're at war?
There's a machine we could build, but it would be like building and launching Apollo 11 without deducing the moon existed.
Find another way. What the hell's wrong with you?
I could send myself a message, but the moment I connect the dots, it's over. SCP-3125 will destroy what's left of our division.
What's wrong, Marion? Are you okay?
I could kill myself in here, but then my team will have to fight SCP-3125 without me.
You're stronger than this. What happened to you?
It's gonna happen soon. Whatever happens. I'm gonna walk out of this door and forget everything. I don't know how we win. We're the last ones in the world. There's nobody.
Oh, shit. No. Ah, shit.
Marion Wheeler, you have 2 minutes left before memory decontamination.
I've already built the machine and I just can't remember it. Site 41 goes deep underground.
2, 1.
What happened in there?
Just trying to breathe. Okay. I think I remember the plan.
You shouldn't be able to remember. You've got something on your neck. There.
What?
On your neck. You might be infected. We need to act quickly, or else it might spread.
It's my first day.
Containment breach. All personnel must evacuate Site 41 immediately.
Come on. It isn't your first day on the job. You know better than this. The first thing it did when it saw me was eat everything I knew. It ate the plan, it ate the division memories, everything. But I'm still me. If I were me, what would my plan have been? Reinforcing my mind, yes. Taking some hardcore nestic drugs. I need to reach the pharmacy. Oh my God. I'm gonna overdose. This is what it takes to fight SCP-3125.
Segments of reality.
We started division, we ran into this thing, we wipe ourselves out in self-preservation.
SCP-3125 will destroy the world. We won't be without ever discovered it exists. The moment I connect the dots, it's over. SCP-3125 will destroy itself. There's a machine we could build, but
You always an engineering lab in Site 41. That's where your bomb is installed.
what if I've already built the machine and I just can't remember? Site 41 goes deep underground. We're the last ones in the world. SCP-3125 will destroy. SCP-3125 will destroy the world.
Accessing G13. Welcome, Marion Wheeler.
I know how to beat you.
No, you don't.
SCP-3125 doesn't have a voice.
Of course I do.
SCP-3125 is a 5-dimensional anomalous metastasized massive atom. It isn't coherent. And it isn't intelligent.
Oh, Marion.
This is an auditory hallucination.
You know what I hate most about you, Marion? You're eternally wrong, and yet you're still alive. Every year you lose a war, but somehow you always walk away unscathed. The eternal soul survivor.
Someone has to be the last one.
Your team is dead. I pulled their minds out like eyeballs. The war is over, finally. It's just you, Marion. A division of one. Dying from nestic overdose 200 meters underground. Known to exist to no one. Up against an immortal, unkillable idea.
Ideas can't be killed.
With better ideas. Can't forget. We can't reboot.
Why isn't she opening up?
She can't meet them unless she wants the signals.
Start with the eyes.
None of this ever happened, Paul. You and I never existed. There is no Animimetics division.
You died 9 months ago. Are you Tilly?
The SCP Wiki is a rhizome of stories, told collaboratively by a community of impassioned creatives. We here at Avery Interactive want to honor their work through adaptation. In SCP-5K, our tactical horror co-op shooter, set in the world of Tanhony's SCP-5000, where the SCP Foundation has mysteriously turned on humanity. We're currently in early access on Steam. Check out the links in the description and pinned comment below to learn more. We're thrilled to support SCP creators like Andrea Joshua Asnikar.
Carmen Atwood. This is my partner, Elliot Copeland.
So, you're from Site 26?
Site 7, Part 8 of 10.
I'm Yoda 10. I'm here for handover.
Great. So, what can you tell us about the effect?
We're still investigating and taking measurements, but from what we can tell, the body that was fished out of there drowned 2 days ago.
And the force field?
It runs for about 3 meters around from the shore of the lake. We almost lost a soldier trying to get more information, so we have to take it slow.
Mm-hmm.
You guys got any reports?
Yes. As you can see, it's... Albert, wait!
Carmen?
Heather?
Carmen? I'm so cold. Heather! Heather! I'm so cold. Heather! Please, help me. Heather!
I need to restrain you.
My sister's in there.
Your sister isn't in there. It's part of the effect. It's not real.
Okay.
This is what makes it so dangerous. Cross that barrier and you think someone you know is calling to you, begging for help. Then you go in there, you don't come back.
Can we shut it down?
It gets worse. Our data shows that the effect area is spreading. Within 72 hours, it'll reach the highway. After that, it could spread across the whole county, maybe even the state.
Well, there's gotta be something that we could do. We could drain the lake. No water, no drowning.
We've tried. As soon as the water hits that barrier, it stops moving.
Blow it up.
Is he serious?
We have to find out what's causing this. If we find the cause, we can shut it down.
In case you find yourself in the barrier again, don't fall for the voices.
Is Heather your sister?
What?
You were calling out to her at the lake.
My sister's dead.
How'd it happen?
We were hiking on a remote trail when we were teenagers. She slipped and fell down a cliff. And I tried to pull her off, grabbed her arm. But there was something below her. This kind of vortex of energy. Couldn't hold on. Well, I went to the police and filed a report, and the next day, 2 agents from the Foundation showed up and started asking questions. And that's when I knew what I had to do with my life.
And your sister?
They never found her body. Her case is still open down in the archives. Do you have a reservation?
Yes, I've been expecting you.
Glad she got here.
Commander Terrence.
Dr. Hayden, did you approach observation site 82-1?
Not yet.
You need to find out what happened to Team Eder 11. Something is already happening there. We have to contain it.
Got it. I'm on it. Just...
You want to get away.
I'll have answers for you soon.
Something is already happening there. We have to contain it.
Got it. I'm on it. Just...
You want to get away.
I'll have answers for you soon. Site 82-1 is deserted. Do you know anything about that?
No, they last checked in 2 days ago.
Well, seems like they left in a hurry. Half of their equipment is still here.
Any trace of where they could be?
I'm not sure you'll find them. I think they're far away now.
Huh. Yeah, most of the townsfolk left. Almost a mass exodus. We think it's because of SCP-2812.
Well, I can tell you I want to get the fuck out of here. God, Site 19 feels safer than this entire town. Looks like they found someone, Mrs. Perry?
A report came through, but it was incomplete. Don't worry about that for the moment. Get on it.